empowering you.
Thank you, PDF performers. And now I invite Rutava Dancers Cultural Troupe to give us a sample, just a sample from Rutava Dancers Cultural Troupe.
Nanye ninyegita haganda maraka kubashemerwa ahumukorogu DJ on that Rutava Karo Karunji some pitch Karo Karunji kondwa abantu boko bazeire okurugo bwo baye twankore nkore kane amani twene ugabe bwankore nubwegese mcemeronje okwebembera makagaito Rena mayanza emijarane mtarugaba amatungo n'ebihingwa enshoze na n'obuyanja njo muryankore zina mate marunji zina mahembe marunji enteke ine mgashuminja Kambere karo karungeri indabarisa nangwa za coroko nazaje gusabuhogo nazasine mpuga nembindi zibamba nazigonde semerera kore karo karunja abarisa bayitayize nsara kasiringa kachanga mizu no bunyatsi kakoma yona na cakuza bagaye kare mazahe nengera rukonoka mwende Nachikize kazeta kanichara mukaya kayera kaweka na kaupasa bangaremo obana munga kochonza na marina na mitayera na okoro tokachoma kwa jamna chande katereze kwatri yanjere kuzaini ndetu abendera yona na chambika na razati yora prizo na kasaraba na chiboge kasemba banirwa mbyoma rwemigo na rakaba natutezero yomo ko ifuma na kaishada na kapeki kasetu kwanzora yumshombechi na wayikondeka na razati yora mayanza Subera bozo metamre mayenje kanese bembeire nesirya chanya kansenda kusetrwa Neza mhembe kandwo bangwa bwankore Neza mhembe kandwo bangwa bwankore Ente nongeze nkungu Neza ngabo kane kamwa Charbalan I no I no Karo karonje kakundwa weza kurukata yahinda n'abanyankore inganda z'abanyankore weza kurukata mwesembero muryankore abantu baronje ndeketwa weza baboneye nibasango muryankore wabano yenda bengoma weza kurukato urzoko bwizubwera urubwizubwera rutoma ryangwa amaweza uzumwami kanseme yanihira yatengeta yanihira nkore weza eboneyire 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 yanihira yatengeta yanihira nkore weza
Ebare Mulonga Rutava. Now after that vibe from Rutava, we shall entertain Chitaguro and Happy Birthday Tarehe Sita song from Kashonji Junior Primary School. But before that, let me invite Commissioner Frank Abaine to continue giving us the synopsis of Tarehe Sita. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, permit me to remind you our theme of today, recognizing the sacrifice of the founders of the People's Revolution for socio-economic transformation. This theme highlights the strong linkage between today's successes and the past sacrifices of the leaders whose values and traditions must be emulated in order to sustain the current focus towards total liberation of Ugandans from peasantry to a socio-economically transformed society. And as we know, without the past, there can never be the future. And this awareness, especially for the young generation, informs the celebrations that the army and other security agencies must be pro-people, disciplined, and this is what made Fronasa freedom fighters and later on NRA UPDF succeed as a people's strategic partner, which has remained the practice and as part of the standard operational procedures towards the symbolic relationship with the population. It is from this ideological conviction that the National Resistance Army Bush War draws its success and a protracted people's struggle from 6 February 1981 to 26 January 1986. It is also true that the theme rhymes well with the region in particular. But the country in general also is recovering from economic doldrums to prosperity and wealth creation following silencing the guns.
Still here at the TAREHE SITA celebrations 42nd anniversary. With me here is the host, MP Mwesigwa Robert. Welcome to us.
Thank you, Rhoda, for coming me. And again, I want to welcome our guests here in KAKYEKA Stadium, which is the War Memorial Stadium. My name is Mwesigwa Robert Rukari, the area member of parliament from Mbarara North.
What does this day mean for you? This is the very first time the TAREHE SITA celebrations are being held in Mbarara, now a city.
This day is a great day for Mbarara people because Mbarara and Greater Mbarara is like the primer of the gun. Mbarara has, always in shape, has sensitized and sustained the revolution. From the word go in the 60s, most of the participants in the political organization, political liberation, were from Greater Mbarara. In 1971, the first war, the invasion of Simba Battalion, was here in Mbarara. The 1979 war, what they called the Western Axis, led by General Museveni, came through the borders in Sinjiro, and Mbarara was the first town to be attacked. In 1981, in the Bush War, the 27 members of the combatants, over 70% of them were from Greater Mbarara. And us, as Mbarara people, we are proud of UPDF, we are proud of our gallant soldiers, we are proud of what they've brought to our country, Uganda, and all we can pray for is to strengthen the relationship of UPDF and the Wananchi, which is their motto. And what I'm saying is consistent with the theme of Tarehe Sita today, remembering the sacrifices. Thank you.
The theme also talks about socio-economic transformation. How do you see that happening within your district and your area of management?
Rhoda, thank you for raising that. The socio-economic transformation led by none other than General Museveni started also in Mbarara. It started in Mbarara when he was a youth. As a youth from Mbarara High School, he went to the neighboring stock farm where he learned the zero grazing, basically modern farming, through zero grazing, intensive and extensive crops, which up to today he's applying and has subsequently transformed the country called Uganda. So Mbarara still remains the primer of the economic transformation in this country.
As we're still talking about Mbarara, we've seen a big hike in its economic transformation. About 2 trillion shillings comes from Mbarara. How is the wealth and job creation within the city now? And of course, the city has its other challenges, but just shed some light on the achievements and some of the challenges that the city is facing.
Yeah, thank you, Rhoda. It is true, we have very high income in Mbarara, as in Greater Mbarara, because especially of agricultural practices we do, both in terms of gardens, and then also cattle, especially cattle rearing, goats, pigs, and so on and so forth. And this drive has also been led by the president when he was still youth. Like before, most of our cattle keepers used to migrate from here to Uganda to nomadism, but which he tried to educate through his training of the masses. And if you read his book, called, which he published, called From Obwiriza to Amatafari, it basically talks about that. But back to the point of now, the resources we have. Yes, we have the resources. We produce a lot. You can see the trucks going to Kampala. One of our markets, like here, called Koranoria, is almost now the #1 market in the whole country. That people even come from South Sudan to buy products. So yes, we have a lot of production. That a lot of production brings a lot of income, but we still have a challenge of youth unemployment in the country. And us as leaders, we are trying to drive the youth through enabling financing, especially from UDB. The other day, last year, we had a very big symposium here in partnership with UDB and OWC in order to bring these youth, especially, and women to be involved in the money economy, so that percentage of 37% who are not in the money economy to get out.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you. My pleasure.
So that the cost of doing business to ensure
and profitability. Additional efforts crucial to the prosperity of and security of the people include economic integration to ensure a larger and viable East African market, and political federation to ensure the strategic security that is in global terms, and for Uganda and East Africa and Central African region, having Africa gain a bigger voice and capacity to prevent any further recolonization and continued marginalization of the African people. Thank you very much. We are continuing to share with you the synopsis of the celebrations for TAREHE SITA today, so that we can get to know the history of where we've come from as a country, as a nation, and how far our army has come to grow to what it is today, the one that we are calling the People's Army. Asanteni. At this moment, distinguished ladies, allow me to invite Kashonji Junior Primary School to come and give us an item as we await the chief guest. Kashonji Junior, please do come The floor is yours. It turns out that once the guest of honor arrives, it may not be so automatic that we'll get a slot. So we'd like that you come and give us an item. Meanwhile, the band can give us a round of entertainment as I wait for Kashonji Jr. Thank you.
birthday to you.
mwebare munonga rikashabiba bampero bugaro wamani mwebare mwakora umurimo ha ngaruka zitoro bibiteze rigenda. Band, please take over now and give us a round of entertainment. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our brass band today. African Revolutionary, please. Do come, prepare yourselves, come very fast. and you take over. Give us a round of applause. Basibona banyabo twagara mukubakira muri KAKYEKA. Izo bantu ishuka imyaka 22 obu amazi gagira muri kagacungura ihanga gatandikaho ihe irizire kakwato gwebemesi muri 1995 twakozere ingendo ho ya 1995 nashe twita constitution ihe iri yayijure bijwari byekekera yahinduka ihe y'abantu twita Uganda People's Defense Force. So tushakuze myaka 22 kwiharandikwaho nebiro bije bitunjire ikihanga entunguke itunjire ikihanga ugendo misho obugwaje obusinje obutebekana ibi byona nitubishemerwa izobe. Revolutionary, please do come and take the stage. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is African Revolutionary Group, African Revolutionary Voices, ARV from Toma, a song Nyangwale Mwerinde of TAREHE.
Mwerinde okutera abaana umuringo mubi gwo kubasasa wemereraho otera omwana erisho akizamu eshongo ota omwana wanje akabanda. Mwerinde okutera abaana umuringo mubi gwo kubasasa wemereraho otera omwana erisho Gaburiya obu wamutera Gaburiya obu wamuhenda Gaburiya obu wamutere kitomi Gaburiya obu wamuchamya Gaburiya obu wamata matu Gahati tari kuraje Zano yebuza Echito yebuza Gaburiye iwe muzirewe mureke kutera abana basasa obrete. Mwerinde wakubayenda umukoreze bintu bikukiza amani ashasho mucuba utomwana wanje akabata. Gaburiya obu wangokoreza Gaburiya obu wamwirukanzya Gahati nashasho mu kifuba atono bukurugwe abire n'umurema atoyobuza echiko yobuza Gaburiye iwe muzirewe mureke koresa abana imirimo yo kubarera. Ibigambo bibi byo kubagenda wemereraho ugandura umwana arondogore acuba yarondogere utomwana wanje akabata. Gaburiya obu wamuchenda Gaburiya obu mujiru tukafotyo Gaburiya obu mujiru tukachiruke Gaburiya obu mujira karondogore Arukarondo niwe noyebuza ekindi noyebuza akukawulire niwe muzire we mureke kukyenda mubanga manyana manyamwanga mwerinde ndi mubasumani kandi mubahera mwebereraho ogakurumana urye kinyangaro otinga nikyenda tikushonesa otunosinga noshabana murami omuhindura mutuma yawe kwanga acuba yakutire yesu umwana wanje mukunda wegaburiya obuwa mwetarwata wegaburiya obuwa mwetarwata ishiko bundi obuwa yanga haruho bundi nabwo obuwa yanga ishiko bundi nabwo obuwa yanga ubundi nabwo obuwa yanga oke kirungi ruhanga kamurinda gahati no mugiga ruranganwa icyashemereze nakuretera shukari umugate nabwo nakureta umugate nembare umukino utunga ebintu n'ibingi ebyagukorere hatunugamba nimore chuma komana manyana manyamwanga ebimbiurire imwibazire we nimore chuma komana manyana manyamwanga ebimbiurire imwibazire we nimore chuma komana
African Revolutionary Voices from Toma, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, where you are all presented. One more song. Muzee alisema kwa kuko wa inchi bora tuungane. 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 Kwa kuko wa inchi bora tuungane. Baba twendeni kwa kuko wa inchi bora tuungane.
Amunga
wakuokoa nchi amunganise madunia ya kuokoa baba twendeni wakuokoa nchi tayebwa lisema kwa kuokoa nchi bora tuungane lisema kwa kuokoa nchi bora tayebwa lisema kwa kuokoa nchi bora tuungane tayebwa lisema kwa kuokoa nchi bora tuungane tayebwa lisema dunia ya kuokoa tayebwa lisema dunia ya kuokoa nchi tayebwa lisema dunia ya kuokoa baba twendeni wakuokoa nabanja lisema kwa kuokoa nchi bora tuungane nabanja lisema kwa kuokoa nchi bora tuungane nabanja lisema dunia ya kuokoa nabanja lisema dunia ya kuokoa nchi bora tuungane nabanja lisema dunia ya kuokoa baba twendeni wakuokoa nchi bora todonga lisema kwa kuokoa nchi bora tuungane oyo alisema kwa kuokoa nchi bora tuungane todonga lisema kwa kuokoa nchi bora tuungane todonga lisema kwa kuokoa nchi bora tuungane todonga lisema dunia ya kuokoa kwa kuokoa nchi bora tuungane todonga lisema dunia ya kuokoa baba twendeni kwa kuokoa nchi bora tuungane mzee alisema 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 dunia ya kuokoa mzee alisema dunia ya kuokoa kwa kuokoa nchi bora tuungane mzee alisema dunia ya kuokoa twendeni wakuokoa nchi bora tuungane mzee alisema dunia ya kuokoa baba I'm Dan Bashisha, the head of mobilization, President's Office.
Thank you very much, the Revolutionary Voices. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that the Chief of Defense Forces happened to get some time to pass around It is the only opportunity that you can interact with the Chief of Defense Forces, and so we appreciate. We go to the information that we send the appreciation from Wananchi. Thank you, sir, for that gesture. The band will be keeping us afloat. All signs show that our chief guest is not very far. At least he should be within the vicinity of Mbarara. So just hang on, and we wait until we receive His Excellency the President, and we proceed. Later on, we shall be handing over to the official master of ceremonies of today's function as soon as that time comes. The band, please.
much band. In a special way, moments like this, we recognize the Ruero Triangle war veterans and the NRM Historical Forum, led by Haj Idrissa Senduka. Thank you for the sacrifice made, and we are glad that it was not in vain. Distinguished guests, permit me to continue highlighting on the facts of history of our country. Uganda started her independence journey with a decapitated state, having suffered 70 years of brutal colonial rule, only for the colonialists to throw a fuelite of the late 50s into elective politics. Uganda's independence politics was ushered into multi-party politics, albeit without any ideological grounding. Hence, they had to be based on religious and tribal differences, and we all know how much we have suffered. That hemorrhage of tribalism, sectarianism, nepotism as a country. At the independence, the leaders indeed saw themselves as successors of the imperialists and mismanaged the politics, sliding into sectarian politics and eventually outright dictatorship. Indeed, by 1969, Uganda had become a one-party state, since others had been banned and their leaders detained in Luzira and other prisons. Testimony to this is the fact that the first African chief minister, Benedicto Kiwanuka, was only freed by General Idi Amin's coup. In the words of Professor Al-Mazuri, who quoted thus, when political leaders become commandists, those who know how to command take better command and take over power. Thus, imperialists encouraged the military in Uganda to take over, which brought P3 graduates to the helm of the state. To those that were ideologically disposed, this was a jump from the flying pan to the fire proper. Hence, the need for resistance. Some of us, when we are talking about National Resistance Army, UPDF, this has a very big historical bearing. That's why some of these facts pick the real meaning and importance of choosing that very words that we are using in the struggle. The founders of the People's Revolutionary Force fought to liberate the country from the brutal regimes to usher the country into democracy, peace, and socio-economic transformation. These patriotic Ugandans abandoned their comfort, mobilized and sensitized others on the need to save the country. How foresighted they were was proven by how the country sank into a brutal dictatorship and economic collapse. Those of you who are of age, you know the 8 years of sanctions against Uganda. We are still reaping the consequences of that time. One of the historical members, by the names of Magode Ikuya, I quote in one of his talks, he said, many groups in UPC, they have disagreed with Obote effective 1964, while there were other groups in the country. When a young man from Dar es Salaam University addressed them, then they saw a leader to work with. This young man was Yoweri Museveni, now the President of the Republic of Uganda, the fountain of honor, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. And I wish that all of us should continue to embrace such patriotism and proactive processes to entirely transform our community. At this point, permit me to invite my colleague Hanji from Uganda Wildlife Authority to also share some more details about our country, Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure for the last 1 week we've seen a couple of activities, not only in Mbarara, but in the region as part of the Army Week. Therefore, the UPDF uses the Defense Forces Week activities to renew commitment to defend and protect the people of the country through interacting with the public, including veterans who sacrifice a lot for the current freedom we enjoy today across the country. The interaction further cements the harmony, compatibility and interdependence between the forces and the civilian population of Uganda. In line with the theme of today's celebrations, the UPDF has incorporated issues of mobilizing the communities in the region to sustain modern farming practices, value addition for job creation, financial literacy, patriotism, development and training programs that should orient the youth into a cadreship of leaders to take this country forward. Indeed, last evening we had a good interaction with the youth at Mbarara High School, and I can assure you they are energized to take on to ensure that the country moves forward. Environmental protection programs and practices are part of the package jointly with the population, such as ensuring preservation of mountain and wetland vegetation to preserve water catchment areas. Ladies and gentlemen, it is worth noting that the UPDF has been a patriotic force and has consistently been shaped by a Pan-African ideology to the extent of its constructive role in strenuous peace support missions such as in Somalia and other fraternal countries for greater common good of shared prosperity and strategic security for the African people. Therefore, the UPDF salutes all peace-loving Africans and friends, all Ugandans and the people of Greater Mbarara sub-region in particular, for the unwavering support since the foundation days of the struggle to date, even when it meant paying the ultimate price. The sacrifices have not been in vain. Let us all emulate the values of the leaders of Uganda's revolution and achieve socio-economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been sharing with you this synopsis so that we're able to understand and appreciate where this army has come from, the achievements that have been registered, the challenges that have been encountered along the way. It has not been an easy path. It had its own ups and downs. Nevertheless, the resilience, the clear-headedness, and the strength of the leader, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, enables this force to grow into what it is today. The one we are calling the truly People's Force. With us here, we have area members of parliament. I saw the member of parliament from Mbarara Division North, Honorable Robert Mwesgwarukari. I know with us we have the member of parliament from Mbarara Division South, Honorable Mwinempaka. And also with us we have the woman member of parliament from Mbarara City, Honorable Rita Atkwasa. So I know there are quite a number of other members of parliament who are here, but I believe when the area member of parliament comes here to speak, he will recognize his fellow MPs who have come to join us as we celebrate this day. Asanteni sana. Band, please give us something as we await for the chief guest. Thank you very much.
is doing inspection of exhibitors. Thereafter, he will join us. The Fronasa team, led by Comrade Mabati Apollo, the National Chairman of Fronasa, and Special Presidential Assistant, civilian veterans, welcome to this day where you can remember your history very well. And your motto is emulate on successful struggle. Sophia, the chairperson of National Muslim Women Council, we recognize you. Thank you for coming to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, as it has been the norm, when His Excellency the President arrives, we shall all rise for the anthems, and thereafter he will inspect the parade, and we shall be informing you the next course of action, as we also welcome the official MC to take over the function. Ladies and gentlemen, the arrival of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, and therefore ladies and gentlemen, the receiving party comprised of Her Excellency the Vice President, the Honorable Ministers. I can see His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda has reached the receiving party. And he will take up the dike to take to have the anthems played. You are most welcome, Your Excellency. And together with Mama Janet, we are glad to receive you. His Excellency the President will proceed to inspect the parade, and thereafter there will be a march past in slow and quick time. And our guests at that juncture requested to stand up whenever the colors pass in front of them. So you may take your seats as His Excellency the President inspects the parade.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, we continue with some bits of the highlights of our history. The convergence of ideas and interests to save the country gave birth to Front for Salvation, National Salvation, in brief, FRONASA, or abbreviated as FRONASA, which waged a campaign to remove Idi Amin dictatorship. The liberation of the country from Amin dictatorship in 1979 provided an opportunity for a fresh start in the politics of our country. This was not to be as the old politicians of the 60s resolved to continue from where they had stopped. At least this is what Dr. Apollo Milton put a statement when he returned from exile. In 1980, Uganda saw the first multi-party elections in the post-Idi Amin era. However, it was a sham elections because the process was as crooked as could be mentioned. Warnings had been sounded by the Fronasa leaders, but the then leadership did not take heed. And if I may quote in the Fronasa leader, who is now the President of the Republic of Uganda, he said if elections were rigged, he would go back to the bush. This promoted the launch of the People's Protracted Resistance War against the UP's fascist regime that eventually ended the war and was a foundation for the freedom and liberty that we enjoy today. Thus, we in the UPDF and other armed forces feel indebted to those revolutionaries that saw the need to create a leadership that will build a military founded on ideology and whose historic mission was to serve Ugandans, serve the Pan-Africanist cause, and see the country into socio-economic transformation under a democratically elected government. Such courageous men and their families risked and sacrificed themselves to invest in the future for an adored nation that we cherish. They mutually pledged their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor, knowing that the ultimate penalty would be systematic elimination upon capture. We are now a stable nation, and our strength lies in the protection of peace that the founders of the People's Revolution fought to attain. And today, among the realities of economic transformation include the specifically targeted and created programs such as Operation Wealth Creation, such as skilling the girl child, such as the parish development models, to mention but a few. Needless to mention in Tandikwa. And this region has been one of those great beneficiaries of these government programs. And time is now that we have a mindset change to help us transform our country. Because we can't transform unless ourselves are transformed. And therefore, today marks a day when we remain and examine our past and struggle for success. And the struggle continues.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and welcome from the parade inspection. His Excellency the President will take his seat, and thereafter we will request the religious leaders to step forward and grace this occasion and hand over this function into the hands of God. Your Excellency, thank you, the parade commander. The religious leaders, Your Excellency, to give us prayers are led by His Grace the Archbishop Lambert Bainomgisha, Right Reverend Bishop Sheldon Mwesgwa is together with him, and Sheikh Abdul Karim Katamba. I request that they step forward and give us a word of prayer.
The Lord be with you.
And also with you.
Let us pray. Almighty God, in you we live, move, and have our being. You are lavish in bestowing all your gifts, and we give you thanks for the favors you have given us as a country. We have gathered here today representing our countrymen and women, to remember with gratitude what you have led us through in our country's history, to recognize the sacrifices that our President and our brothers and sisters of the armed forces made to bring about peace and tranquility. Father, most generous, in Christ Jesus, your Son, you have given us all things. Grant that we may never fail to sing your praises. Bestow upon us all countless signs of your love. Grant that as we receive your gifts, we may always see you as their giver. You have told your disciples to share what they have with others. Grant that our neighbors may share in your gifts to us, so that they may also share our joy. Even though we many times falter and fall short of your glory, your providence always prevails. Make us always able to realize how much we are endowed as a family of the people of Uganda, and to endeavor to work for the spiritual, social, and economic transformation of our motherland. We make our prayer in hope and confidence that you listen to us, for you live and reign forever and ever. Amen.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. All praise be to Allah, and peace and blessings be to his Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Almighty Allah, we stand here today to celebrate and remember the day which was a Friday, 6th February in 1981, an important day in the lives of the people of Uganda, TAREHE SITA as it is recognized. It is the day when a small number of Ugandans, having been spiritually hurt and terribly disappointed with what was going on in our country, Uganda, set up their feet first into the deep and uncertain waters of war to save Ugandans. Almighty Allah, we thank you so much that you enabled these sons and daughters of the land led by our own. They were led by our own and beloved President, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, to realize their search for peace and stability. We sadly know that some of them lost their lives, and that whereas others lost their relatives and friends, others also lost their body parts, property, and jobs. Lord, we thank you so much because their struggle was not in vain. Almighty Allah, we thank you for having been by the side of these Ugandans, because they were in struggle for a just cause. It was a progressive struggle, success after success. Thank you, Lord, for enabling them wrestle down the bad regime leaders of the time and their partners. We thank you, God, that for all the blood that was shed, for all the property and time lost, Uganda is now a far better place to live in, with all the peace and development everywhere. God, we pray that you bless the souls of the people who lost their lives during the struggle and forgive them where they went wrong. We pray that our country remains peaceful and stable. We pray for your protection against evil-mindedness, that no such reasons that led to this struggle ever come back into place again in our country. And funding the Uganda Muslim Supreme Council Constitutional Review and general elections, where now women and youth are on board. Our Lord, we pray that all Ugandans, young and old, develop their heart to always struggle for what is good, not for what is bad. To shun the unjust struggles for identity in terms of religion or tribe, but rather yearn for stability and development. We pray that our people multiply the love for our country, Uganda, and to develop the heart to fight and protect it. We pray for our leaders, of all categories, from the Chairman LOC1 to His Excellency the President of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, to all our public service, and also security personnel, most importantly, the officers, men and women of the UPDF, because they are the reason why we are here today. We pray that today becomes a successful day so that everyone who comes here learns from it and is enabled to go back home safely. Amen.
Thank you, the religious leaders. Your Excellency, with your permission, allow me now to invite the defense spokesperson, who is the official master of ceremonies for today, to take us through the rest of the program. I thank you, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the First Lady, Janet Museveni, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the National Vice Chairman of NRM, the Right Honorable Secretary General of the ruling party, the former Vice President, His Excellency Sekandi, former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Mama Mbabazi, the Honorable Ministers and Ministers of State, the visiting military delegations, service commanders, service chiefs of staff, the representatives of the IGP, the representative of the Commissioner General of Prisons, defense advisors, members of parliament present, religious leaders, district leaders, distinguished guests in your respective capacities. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Allow me, sir, to welcome all of you today on this very important occasion in the life of the People's Army, when we are retracing the sacrifices made for the good of every Ugandan. And here, sir, we are celebrating the spirit of Ronasa and those that followed after. So on this note, sir, that I request you allow me invite the Chief Political Commissar to carry you through, with the Chief CIMIC, the activities we have been doing in Greater Mbarara. Major General, Honorable Wrong correction. Allow me now, sir, hand over to the parade commander for parade march past. Your Excellency, sir, Your Excellency, sir, distinguished guests, today's parade is commanded by Colonel Robert Ochama. The second in command is Lieutenant Colonel Evelyn Nasimwe, former Member of Parliament. The parade adjutant is Major Henry Bright Kaganda, and the parade administrator is Captain Joan Kamayonza. The parade RSM is Warrant Officer Class 1 Umar Nuhu. The colors, Your Excellency, sir, are under the command of Tony Oreng, assisted by Paul Julius Oriem and Lieutenant Eric Humphrey Epenyo in reserve. The color RSM is Warrant Officer Class 1 Olung Jafar. The music is being given by the three bands from the UPDF, Director of Music himself, Colonel Sentongo Wilson, from the Uganda Police, SSP Stephen Okwi, and from the Uganda Prison Service, Superintendent of Prisons, Ambrose Tugume. Enjoy the music. Chenga uchu kaya chenga stop. Thank you. Please, you may take your seats.
Thank you very much, Parade Commander. Your Excellency, Mr. President and gentlemen, in our midst, we have guests from North America that were invited by His Excellency the President, led by Timothy Senyonga. I request they stand up for recognition. Your Excellency, those are your guests that you invited yourself. Thank you. We also have the following visiting delegations, and they will be introduced formally by the Chief of Defense Forces. They include the delegation from the South African Defense Forces, led by the CDF himself. They will be introduced by our CDF. Please welcome them. We have a military delegation from the United Republic of Tanzania, a delegation from Mali Defense Forces. We have a delegation from South Sudan. We have a delegation from the Republic of Rwanda. We have a delegation from the Republic of Kenya. We have a delegation from the Republic of Burundi. And we have a delegation from the Federal Republic of Somalia. The Chief of Defense Forces will introduce them formally. Your Excellency, sir, with those, I request for your permission to invite the MC for the Chancellor to present to you the awardees for medals today. May I invite Major General George Igumba to come and present His Excellency those to be decorated. The band ended with Chino Chechisera, a song that reminded me the late General Tumwine, who loved that song so much.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda and Commander-in-Chief of the Uganda People's Defense Forces, Ma'am Janet Katam Seven, who was as the Minister of Education and Sports, distinguished guests, in your respective capacities, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. At this year's 42nd anniversary of the National Resistance Army, Uganda People's Defense Forces, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda and Commander-in-Chief of the Uganda People's Defense Forces is pleased to recognize by awarding medals to deserving persons, and to do the presentation is none other than me, Major General George Igumba, the Master of Ceremonies for the Chancery, as per Section 14(1) and 2 of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001. Now, therefore, in accordance with Section 3, Part 2 of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda has approved the award of medals to 66 persons during this year's TAREHE Sita of 6th day of February 2023. The names of the 66 awardees were duly considered by the Presidential Awards Committee and have been grouped into two distinctive categories as follows. Military decorations. The Order of Katonga, 1 medal. The Kabalega medal, 3 medals. The Dam medal, 4 medals. And the Luero Triangle medal, 28 medals. the civilian or military decorations, which is the National Independence Medal Diamond Jubilee, has UPDF 10 awardees, Uganda Police Service 10 awardees, and Uganda Prison Service 10 awardees. Award of the Order of Katonga Star Medal. Pursuant to Section 3.2, Second Schedule, Part 1 of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001, the Order of Katonga is the highest military decoration awarded to a person who exhibits extraordinary instances of heroism in the army. The one and only awardee who has been approved is none other than our very own, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tubuhaburwa. And upon completion of reading of this citation for the recipient aforementioned, I will respectfully request His Lordship, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, to step forward and decorate him as per the law established. Resistance Officer, Veteran number 00001, General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tubuhaburwa, was born way back in 1894, and his track record is unmeasurable. As a nationalist, democrat, Pan-Africanist, and statesman, he consistently struggled against tyranny and misrule of the country, Uganda, since his school days in the 1960s. Throughout the 1970s, he formed and led the Front for National Salvation for Fronasa in the anti-Amin struggle. Fronasa rose to about 10,000 combatants and played a decisive role in the crossing of the Kagera River, defeating the Uganda army then in 1979 after several attempts of Mbarara attack in 1972. In 1979-80, he formed and led the Uganda Patriotic Movement, UPM, on a platform of clean leadership, peace and unity, among other values, winning many hearts of the youth of Uganda. The activists were later to be the firm foundation for the protracted people's struggle in the 1980s. He led the National Resistance Movement, National Resistance Army, in the War of Resistance and National Liberation from 1981 to 1986. That was won on the basis of self-reliance, sacrifice, a clear vision, mission, objectives, and impeccable leadership on all strategic, operational, and tactical levels. He formed and nurtured the National Resistance Army, National Resistance Movement, and led them to victory, having won and brought on board the masses of Ugandans in their socio-economic diversity. The National Resistance Army, which at one time rose to over 100,000 men, was the largest army Uganda had ever had. He spearheaded the conversion of many intellectuals of our countrymen and women and other members of society to join the struggle. He built the mass movement, National Resistance Movement, almost starting from scratch. The National Resistance Movement has since been a pride to all Ugandans and shall remain so for very many years to come. Any shortcomings seen in the national resistance movement today are simply challenges of success and are not insurmountable. He is the commander-in-chief of a formidable Uganda People's Defense Force who has professionalized and modernized the force from a ragtag, ill-armed, ill-trained guerrilla army that was in 1986 and is now able to undertake all defense missions and contribute adequately to its regional and international obligations for peace and security. He halted economic decline, nosedive, that characterized the Ugandan economy in the 1970s and early 1980s up to 1986, reversed the economic decline from 44% to an average growth of 4% per annum in the last 36 years. The economy has expanded more than 6 times to about 17 billion United States dollars. Uganda today is a darling of the world, and many nations take time to consult on various issues of not only security but equally the gifted, unique leadership ushered in by His Excellency the President, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. As a mentor and educationist, he has ensured that Uganda's literacy levels improved from 65% by 1986, when the population was 14 million, to 87.4% in 2015 through vibrant policies such as UPE, USE, Universal Post-Primary Education, BITVET, Universal Loan Scheme, among others. He has kept the Uganda People's Defense Forces Army extremely cohesive, well-trained and disciplined, professional and modernized. He has been an ever-victorious commander, managing wars and preventing them from escalating by insisting on fighting just wars and never to engage in unjust ones. He has also influenced and spearheaded corporate responsibility in the army of giving back to the people. As a leader who uses revolutionary and open methods of work with the zeal to serve his nation and the African war, I thought I should make that correction. Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, you may now step ahead and decorate the President. Now, the award of the KAKYEKA Star Medal. Pursuant to Section 3.2, Second Schedule, Part 1 of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001, the KAKYEKA Star Medal is the second highest military decoration awarded to a person for conspicuous gallantry that does not justify the award of the Order of Katonga, but bordering with the qualification for the award of the Order of Katonga. It has got 3 classes. The 3 awardees who have been approved are Resistance Officer numbers 00016, General Retired Kolebu Akandwanaho, also known as Salim Saleh. General Kolebu Akandwanaho was born in January 1960. He is an advisor on military matters who joined Fronasa in 1976 and trained at Montepuez in Mozambique. A daring military officer, he participated as the main bodyguard of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni in the early days of the struggle. He exhibited command maneuver towards the Uganda National Liberation Army soldiers at a roadblock, and that was a turning point of the struggle. He planned and commanded most of the battles of the Bush War. He has held several portfolios and is remembered for most fearless actions documented as commander of the Bush War mobile forces, and after. General Saleh was hit by enemy fire 3 times on the left and right hand and on the head, but he braved and persevered on. He is now involved in the Operation Wealth Operation to kick poverty out of Uganda. The next in this category is none other than Resistance Officer Veteran 00018, General Retired Ivan Koreta, who was born in October 1955 and was part of a core group of hardened Mozambique trainees in Frelimo camps. He outstandingly commanded the 13th Battalion that guarded Gulu Kampala Highway, 1 Infantry Division, exceptionally commanded the 1st Ugabag 15 contingent to Liberia, 1st Commandant of the Senior Command and Staff College Chimaka, Deputy Chief of Defense Forces and Chairman General Court Martial, Deputy Director General External Security Organization, and Member of Parliament, among other portfolios. He is a military officer, diplomat, and a legislator. The third in this category is Brigadier General Bosco Omure, who was born in 1956. He joined the struggle in 1976 and trained at Montepuez Training School, Mozambique. He commissioned on 17th March 2005, went on to serve in different capacities, including Operation Wealth Creation, where he has benefited his home district with a demonstration center for fruited seedlings that have been established on plantation farming, in particular jackfruit. Your Excellency, I request that you have a photo opportunity with the 2 General Ivan Koreta and indeed General Omure. Meanwhile, I proceed with the award of the Down Medal. The Down Medal is awarded to a member of the military who was or is wounded and or killed in action against the enemy with an opposing armed or hostile force of a foreign country while serving with a friendly foreign force engaged in armed conflict as a result of an act of an enemy or opposing armed force as a result of any military operation while serving outside the territory of Uganda as part of a peacekeeping force, among other instances. The 4 awardees who have been approved are Major General Dr. Lake Chidega, Brigadier General Hassan Chimboa, Major Richard Auba, and Major Elia Tusubire. The next category is the award of the Royal Triangle Medal. The 28 awardees who have been approved are Resistance Officer 00015, Major General, may his soul rest in peace, Fred Rijema. Major General Fred Rijema Rubona was born in July 1956. He later joined Fronasa in 1976 to train at Montepuez Training School in Mozambique. He distinguished himself through exceptional service. For instance, at about 1900 hours on the 15th November of 1980, while conducting room service, instinctively swung into action, mobilized his escorts together with Second Lieutenant Akandwa Naho at Coral residence of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, from where they headed to Kireka roadblock at around 2000 hours, on the mission of rescuing His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni at all costs. No reconnaissance had been done on the roadblock. The action saved Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for the people's struggle. He later on commanded Mondlane Force, which operated in the Kalasa and Makulubita areas during the guerrilla war. He was later killed in action in October 1990. Second is Resistance Officer 00017, Brigadier General Chef Ali. Brigadier General was born in 1954. He joined Fronasa in 1976, commanded the 11th Battalion that besieged Mbarara Barracks, later the capital of Nakulabi and Makerere University Hill in the last onslaught of Kampala. He was first commander to force LRA leader Kony to flee to Sudan, captured a lot of weaponry, ammo, and opened new operational fronts. Others were Major Chef Makosa, Major Pipino Francis, Captain Jopis, Captain Kakoza David, Captain Enyongo, Captain Dongo, Captain Karim Krud, Captain Mwangisi, Captain Mule Mwanga, Captain Mokili, Lieutenant First Luck Charles Atim, Lieutenant Peter Mugasha, Lieutenant Onya Michael, Warrant Officer Class 1 Bongo Ote, Staff Sergeant Karamz William, Sergeant Aboku Wile, Comrade Emujuru Peter, Comrade Opoya John, Comrade Epiu Charles, Sergeant Maganga, Comrade Mawa, Comrade Bingwa, Comrade Stephen Bakari. These were cadres who triggered the revolutionary journey of transformation but died along the way for gallantry in action against outstanding service as fighters against dictatorship during the first and second phases of the struggle. Through initiative, devotion, skillful leadership, and other abilities, they managed to sustain long-lasting programs, resulting into a successful completion of trainings leading to professionalism. They were men of distinctive accomplishments reflected in leadership, hard work, professionalism, keeping with the finest traditions of our Pan-African doctrine and ideology. Others in this category are Resistance Army number 010971, Warrant Officer Class 1, Hakim Juma. Next is Resistance Army number 022550, Warrant Officer Class 1 Glover Tadeo. Next is Resistance Army number 059555, Warrant Officer Class 1 Musanje Badiru. Now, the National Independence Medal, Diamond Jubilee. The 60th National Independence Medal, Diamond Jubilee, is awarded to a person in recognition of outstanding service and loyalty to the country from 9th October 1962 to 9th October 2022. The 30 awardees who have been approved are Resistance Officer number 08917, Brigadier General Stephen Chigundu. Resistance Officer number 07689, Brigadier General Deus Kalachi Sande. The next is Resistance Officer number 01808, Colonel Robert Lutainama. The fourth is Resistance Officer number 06880, Colonel John Musitwa. The next is Resistance Officer number 07678, Colonel Francis B. Katereho. Next is Resistance Officer number 07760, Colonel Alex Obo Afayoa. Next is Resistance Officer number 07812, Colonel Henry Neverton Serugo. Next is Resistance Officer number 07826, Colonel Chris Tivemanya Wobgabe. Next is Resistance Officer number 08494, Colonel Godfrey Semakula. The 10th is the Resistance Officer number 12855, Captain Glorious Bainomugisha Kwikiriza. Now, the police officers. First on the list is Commissioner of Police Namuwoza Dennis, a male adult from Mayuge District. Next is Assistant Commissioner of Police Onyait Richard Evans, a male adult from Amuria District. Next is Senior Superintendent of Police Rehe Fred, a male adult from Mbarara District. Next is Assistant Superintendent of Police Engwedu Stephen, a male adult from Soroti District. The third is Next is Inspector of Police Droti Leonard, a male adult from Arua District. Next is Assistant Inspector of Police Tumsime Comtex, a male adult from Shema District. Next is Assistant Inspector of Police Etemeire Moses, a male adult from Kariro District. Next is Assistant Inspector of Police Amukia Florence, a female adult from Arua District. Next is 49510 Corporal Amongin Florence, a female adult from Serere District. And the last one from the police is number 47432, Detective Constable Lokoroi Joseph, a male adult from Nakapiripiriti District. The next and last category, Your Excellency, comprising of 10 names from the Uganda Prison Service, Head on the list is Mr. Naimuli Robert Tagola, Senior Superintendent of Prisons, a male adult from Jinja District. The next is Mr. Jacob Isaac Ogwang, Senior Superintendent of Prisons, a male adult from Apache District. The next is Mr. Zikanga Antone, Senior Superintendent of Prisons, a male adult from Konjiri District. The next is Mr. Alex Kennedy Opin, Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, a male adult from Apache District. Next is Mr. Isaac Ekaleit Aruo, Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, a male adult from Soroti District. Next on the list is Mr. Rashid Alidro, Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, a male adult from Maracha District. Next is Mr. Wilberforce Okello, Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, a male adult from Tororo District. Next is Mr. Huntali Godfrey Kalisa, Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, a male adult from Masindi District. The second last on the list is Mr. James Onyera, Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, a male adult from Oyam District. And last but not least on the list, Your Excellency, is Mr. Etidot Peter, Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, a male adult from Soroti District. Your Excellency, that marks the end of my submission. I thank you for your kind attention and indeed patience for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And we thank His Lordship, the Chief Justice, for the function he performed. It's now my humble honor to request you for your permission to invite the Chief Political Commissar and the Chief of Civil Military Corporation to come and present to you the works we have been doing in Greater Mbarara. Major General Henry Masikosa and Brigadier General Rwashande, please step forward. In the meantime, sir, we are also joined by the local leaders of Greater Mbarara. First on the list, I want to mention in person Lieutenant Colonel Mwesije, the RCC of Mbarara City, which is hosting us. And all the RDCs, please stand up for recognition. To your right, sir, that's where they are. Thank you very much for giving us great hospitality. Your Excellency, in the pavilion are your Bazukuru, who are youth leaders that have been undergoing training by the Chieftains of Education and Commissariat in leadership and ideological orientation. They are the ones in the pavilion. We thank the Commissariat for that group. General Masiko, you are welcome.
Your Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda and Commander-in-Chief of Uganda People's Defense Forces, Honorable First Lady, Mama Janet Museveni, Your Excellency Major Retired Jessica Rupo, the Vice President of Uganda, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Thomas Tayebwa, Deputy Speaker, the Vice Chairperson of the National Resistance Movement, the Right Honorable Haji Moses Chigongo, the distinguished former leaders, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors and High Commissioners, Honorable Ministers and Ministers of State, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs, and your colleague PSCs, the Chief of Defense Forces, members of the High Command, service commanders, the Joint Chief of Staff, Inspector General of Police, Commissioner General of Uganda Prison Services, honorable members of Parliament, visiting delegations, our district leaders present, generals, senior officers, militants of UPDF, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am Major General Henry Masiko, Chief Political Commissar, here together with the Chief of CIMIC to give Your Excellency a short brief
of what has been going on during the Defense Forces Week of marking the 42nd anniversary celebrations of UPDF. On behalf of the Defense Forces Organizing Committee, and on my own behalf and that of the CIMIC, I have the singular honor and pleasure to welcome Your Excellency and all our distinguished guests to this historic occasion here at KAKYEKA Stadium in Mbarara City. This celebration is the climax of a busy Defense Forces Week full of activities which have been taking place mainly in Greater Mbarara region districts, Mbarara, Site, Mbarara, Kazo, Chiruhura, Ibanda, Rwampara, Isinjiro, and Ntungamo, but also across the whole country where our units operate. The theme has been recognizing the sacrifice of the founders of people's struggle for socio-economic transformation. Your Excellency, activities to mark this anniversary of TAREHE SITA commenced on 27th January this year, 2023, and we were honored with the presence at the national launch by the Right Honorable Thomas Tayebwa, Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda. The national launch was held at the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs in Mbuya in Kampala, and remarkably, at that launch, we were honored with a short but very informative presentation on the genesis of the revolutionary forces in the 1960s by Comrade James Magode Ikuya, a veteran of post-independence revolutionary struggles. The national launch was followed by regional launch on 28th at Kazo District Headquarters, which was presided over by our own Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs. Your Excellency, the following day we had occasion to launch these activities in all the districts of Greater Mbarara, and we were honored by a number of ministers and generals who flagged off activities. Your Excellency, the main activities of this year covered light construction works of selected projects in the health and educational sector, which were constructed by our engineers brigade, but also, given the theme of this year, the UPDF has embarked on erecting monuments to preserve our history. Historical monuments are indeed a storage of the rich heritage of the people's struggle. Some of these, Your Excellency, are a monument which has been erected at Mbarara City Independence Park to salute all the revolutionary martyrs of the 1970s and 80s struggles. Remarkably, we recognize the late Karuhanga Akamuharabu, who was executed by Idi Amin alongside many other Ugandans across the country. In the Northern City Division, we've erected a monument at Mbarara 2nd Infantry Division Quarter Guard to preserve the rich revolutionary battles waged on these barracks along the way of our struggle. Sir, we have renovated a one-stop center for our spouses inside the barracks at 2nd Division headquarters. The spouses are very jubilant. Kazo District, in Kazo District, we've constructed a monument at the roundabout to appreciate the sons and daughters of North Ankole, We've also constructed a 2-classroom block in memory at Rwemikoma Primary School in memory of late General Eritumine. Your Excellency, in Ibanda District, the UPDF constructed a monument at the site where one colonial agent was killed by a one Rutaraka, and we are dedicating this monument to Rutaraka to rehabilitate him for his anti-colonial spirit. In Ibanda, we also constructed a 2-classroom block at Nyabuhiche Church of Uganda. In Chiruhura District, Your Excellency, the UPDF is constructing a monument and a statue of Your Excellency to recognize your singular revolutionary contribution of the 1960s when you embarked on a crusade to save our people from backward practices to embrace modern way of production. That monument will be unveiled on the 5th of March this year. We constructed staff quarters at Rwebusisi Primary School. We completed an initiative that had been started by parents of an 8-roomed staff quarters at Tushwere Primary School. We did also construct a 2-block classroom block at Kashonji Junior School, that is Kashonji constituency. Your Excellency, in Mbarara District, we renovated an outpatient department at Kashari Health Center 4. And all these projects, we are recognizing the contributions of the many sons and daughters of this region. We completed a classroom block at Kariro Muslim Primary School. We renovated a monument at Rugando in Rwampara. We constructed a 2-classroom block at Rwemiyenje Primary School and dedicated it to our own still living hero, General Jeffrey Muhanguzi, aka Ivan Koreta, and all others from that part of this region. In Isinjiro District, we constructed a 2-classroom block at Mbare Primary School. We constructed a monument at Chigaragara in recognition of the activities of FRONASA around that area. We constructed an OPD at Cheirumba Health Center 3 and particularly dedicated it to a lady who passed on during COVID but hosted you during your early struggles of FRONASA called Rovina Tiveita. Isinjiro West, we constructed a 2-classroom block at Mpoma Primary School near Rugota. We also erected a monument at Shikagati border, which is uniquely going to be a monument for solidarity between the peoples of Uganda and those of the United Republic of Tanzania, specifically the late Mwalimu Julius Nyerere for his support to the struggle of Uganda. Your Excellency, all these engineers' projects except the one at Rushere Roundabout have been completed and yesterday were handed over in very colorful ceremonies presided over by a number of honorable ministers and generals, and the people were very jubilant and appreciated the gesture of the UPDF in relinking with them. In the area of medical services, UPDF deployed 250 UPDF medical personnel in all districts and engaged in several activities. The activities during these outreaches covered the following: outpatient department patients attended to were 22,324. We extended dental services to over 1,200 patients. We extended eye care services to 2,392 patients. Your Excellency, our doctors issued brand new spectacles to 1,415 patients. We also had cases of surgical nature, major and minor. In all, 37,497 wananchi benefited from free medical services from the doctors of UPDF. Your Excellency, other activities involved civil-military cooperation activities and political work. During the official launches, there were interactive sessions with the local leaders in the whole region. The sessions enabled UPDF, indeed, to carry out its mandate of fostering harmony and understanding between ourselves and the public. The interactions enabled UPDF commanders and commissars to share experience with the population, especially the young people, women groups, and veterans on a number of issues affecting their well-being and identified some of the way forward. Your Excellency, allow me to thank and salute the team of these senior officers from the Commissariat and CIMIC who were very instructive in this political interaction. In Mbarara district, in Mbarara city, we had Colonel Justice Rukundo. You can stand up and you get recognized with your team. Mbarara district, Colonel Ibrahim Kedi with a big team. Rwampara district, Colonel William Rubarema and team. Isinjiro district, Colonel Deo Karikona and team. Ibanda district, Colonel Gilbert Owamagezi and team. Chiruhura district, Lieutenant Colonel Sam Tungura and team. Kazo district, Lieutenant Colonel Arthur Mutebi and team. Ntungamo district, Major Stephen Vyaruhanga and team. Your Excellency, as the MC has already indicated, there was an ideological orientation seminar for youth and student leaders from the 8 districts that make Greater Mbarara District. The seminar commenced on 27th and ended last evening, and this was hosted at Mbarara High School. Your Excellency, these young people have been largely empowered. They are over there in that platform. As our routine, Your Excellency, the Defense Forces Week was spiced by very colorful and all-inclusive sports activities that included a mini marathon around the city, football and netball matches that were held at Mbarara High School playground. The matches were a win-win affair because all teams won trophies and earned themselves bulls. But suffice to say, as a CIMIC gesture, the Mbarara United football team was the first and the UPDF was the best runner-up. Scholastic materials are to be distributed in all schools as schools now have opened. The UPDF has used this opportunity of the Defense Forces Week to renew our commitment to defend and protect the people and the country through interacting with the public, veterans, who added their grain of sand to the political freedom enjoyed today across the country. Your Excellency, on behalf of the Defense Forces Organizing Committee, allow me to extend our most sincere appreciation to those institutions and individuals for their role in this year's Defense Forces activities for the success so far. I want to salute the members of Parliament of Uganda, especially those from Greater Mbarara, those of Defense and Internal Affairs Committee, and our own representatives of UPDF. Your Excellency, we salute the ministers who, out of their busy schedule, honored our invitation to officiate national district launches and yesterday's handover ceremonies. The local leaders of this region, Your Excellency, deserve a big applause because they jubilantly received the UPDF. We felt really as being honored as birthday guys. The Defense Organizing Committee and Top Management Committee, we salute you. Our engineers, technicians, doctors, medical staff, and all the officers and militants who have made this exercise a success. Lastly, Your Excellency, I beg for your permission to allow my colleague, the Chief of Civil Military Cooperation, unveil to you the many supportive donations that we have received during this particular Defense Forces Week and TAREHE SITA, marking our 42nd anniversary. I beg to submit, Your Excellency, if you permit, I call the... Thank you, sir. General Dwashandi.
Your Excellency, sir, I'm Brigadier General Emmanuel Rwashande, the Chief of Civil Military Cooperation. According to NRA, now UPDF historical background, it is that it was not founded on the superiority of military power, but on the strong civil-military relations, with clear-headed ideology under your guidance, Your Excellency, which UPDF has since emulated up to today. It is therefore from this background, Your Excellency, that our strategic partners immensely contributed to the success of this 42nd TAREHE SITA anniversary. Your Excellency, sir, allow me to take this singular honor to present to you the names of individuals and corporate companies which tremendously contributed to the Ministry of Defense / UPDF for the success of this 42nd TAREHE SITA and Defense Forces Week to full recognition. The corporate companies, I will only read the names and the list will be handed over to the Office of a Chief of Defense Forces. Impala Services and Logistics Limited, Centenary Bank, Choga Dynamics, National Water and Sewerage Corporation, National Enterprises Corporation, NEC, National Forest Authority, Climate Hub, Ministry of Health, Stanbic Bank, Million Trees International Organization, National Housing and Construction Company, Uganda Limited, Honorable Kari Mwesugwa, Lakeside Diaries, Minister of State for Internal Affairs, Honorable General David Mohozi, Chiruhura District, Your Excellency, hosted Afane CDF on a dinner, and they gave him 2 cows as a token of appreciation for the work the UPDF is doing in this country. Also, Greater Mbarara hosted Afane CDF on a dinner, and I want to inform you, Your Excellency, that 100 farmers and the people of Mbarara have given 100 heads of cattle to UPDF in the respect of what they are doing for the country and especially for the civil military activities that has been carried out this week. I thank you for God and my country.
Thank you very much, the CPC and the Chief CIMIC. Your Excellency, sir, also in our midst,
are the defense attaches and advisors at the embassies and high commissions in this country. They include Colonel Patrick Nkaduda from the Republic of Kenya, Colonel Ismail Demitas, Defense Attaché at the Embassy of Turkey, Lieutenant Colonel Paul Jung, Defense Advisor from the Republic of Korea, Brigadier General Thik Bol Gul from the Republic of South Sudan, Brigadier General Faizo from the Republic of Sudan, Lieutenant Colonel Yan Cholet from France, forgive my pronunciation, Colonel Nikolai Pavlov from Russia, Major Evpen Shemelev from Russian Defense Advisor's Office, Major Dose Mason from the U.S. Embassy, Colonel Emmanuel Ruzindana, Defense Advisor from the Rwanda High Commission, and Colonel P. Mbekenyi, Defense Advisor, the Republic of South Africa. Having recognized our guests, sir, I request for your permission to invite the Chief of Defense Forces to introduce his guests and deliver his remarks. Honorable General Wilson Mbasu Mbadi, sir. Your Excellency, as is coming, we did recognize the Foronasa veterans who are in our midst. I wish to mention them and stand up for recognition. Foronasa veterans, please. Mwemere, Mkuluhanga Barebe. They are in this tent, sir. Mwebare Munonga.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Uganda People's Defense Forces and Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, His Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, allow me to ride on the protocol already being used by the former speakers and say all protocol observed. Your Excellency, on behalf of UPDF and on my own behalf, I want to welcome you and all the distinguished guests present here today to witness the 42nd birthday of the People's Army, Uganda People's Defense Forces. I therefore want to congratulate you, Your Excellency, the officers and militants of the mighty force of the UPDF on attaining 42 years with an incredible track record of committed service and discipline, which has enabled us maintain a sustainable strategic relationship with the wananchi of Uganda, not only in our mother country, but also in the region, on the continent. You heard that we had one of our Yuga bags in Liberia, and even globally, we are appreciated. Your Excellency, before I proceed, I have been asked to introduce the delegations that have joined us from our neighboring countries and other countries from near and far. First on the list, I have General Mwapanya. He's the Chief of Defense Forces of the South African National Defense Forces. He has a big delegation of about 15 people, and among them is the Chief Defense Intelligence, who is a Lieutenant General and a lady, Makakato, those names. General Hiongwa, Major General Mushigo, Brigadier Ben Sizan, Brigadier Daua, Brigadier General Mulauli, Colonel Mugonyak, Colonel Zolani Mbaken, Lieutenant Colonel Anna, Major Motor Ernest, Major PZ Hammonds, Major KM Foba, and Moropo, the Defense Internal Affairs. The second delegation, Your Excellency, is from the United Republic of Tanzania. Leo umegoronga. Huyu iko na karatasi. His Excellency the President to chat with the comrades from South Africa, because some of them were here when everybody else had abandoned them. Your Excellency, the second delegation is from the United Republic of Tanzania, led by their Chief of Defense Forces, General Jacob Mkunda. And he was accompanied by Brigadier General Kahema, Colonel Desiderius Wilbard Mwale, Captain Ambonishe Matthew, his ADC, and the Warrant Officer Philip Fabian Lingwanda. The next delegation, Your Excellency, is led by the Chief of Defense Forces of the Malian Forces. He's from Mali, Major General Umar Diarra, Chief of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Mali. He's accompanied by 4 colonels, 5 colonels, and 3 lieutenant colonels. Colonel Seydou, for those who studied French, Pierre and Seydou. Colonel Major Maus, Colonel Mohammed, Colonel Mausa Deme, Colonel Idris Salif, I think this is Lieutenant Colonel Bangale, Colonel Belko Diallo, and First Class Lieutenant Muhammad Konare. The next delegation, Your Excellency, is from the Republic of South Sudan, led by the Deputy Chief of Defense Forces of the South Sudan People's Defense Forces, Lieutenant General James Koang Chol, and accompanied by Brigadier General Fik Bol Gir and Ambassador Simon Joak Deng. The next delegation, Your Excellency, is from the Republic of Rwanda, and it is led by the Army Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Mubarak Muganga, accompanied by Brigadier General Ronald Ruivanga, Colonel Regis, and Corporal Ngundimana Isaiah. The next delegation is from the Republic of Kenya, led by Major General John Omenda. He is the commander of the Air Force. He was accompanied by Captain Daniel Mumba, his aide-de-camp.
Your Excellency, the other delegation is from the Republic of Burundi, led by Brigadier General Sibomana Ignace, the commander of the land forces. The next one is from the federal government of Somalia. It's led by General Muhammad Sheikh Ali. He is the commander of the Air Forces, and he was accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel Imani and Lieutenant Hamza. We also have a delegation from the Republic of Bulgaria, led by Brigadier Anatoly. They are behind on the other side. Sir, I request that you take your seat because the others are messages from the Chief of Defense Forces of Bulgaria, Admiral Emil, from the Command of the Armed Forces of Turkey, from the Chief of Defense Forces of the DRC, who sent his apologies. Thank you, Your Excellency and distinguished guests, for receiving our delegations who came to attend the commemoration of UPDF's 42nd birthday. Your Excellency and invited guests, TAREHE SITA, as you know, is an annual event that we have celebrated as UPDF in a nostalgic way to commemorate the founding of a new Uganda through the patriotic services and sacrifice of FRONSA, NRA, and UPDF. Earlier on, we had these functions taking place in the barracks but subsequent commemorations have rotationally been regionalized to enable UPDF go back to the population to thank the people of Uganda, Uganda's strategic partners for UPDF for their support to get us where we have reached. And this is one way of expressing our solidarity with the people. There is a Runyangole saying here that entasima tezumurwa. So UPDF comes back to express the solidarity with our people by symbolically giving back to the population what the CPC enumerated here. And this is also to reaffirm the strategic link between us and the population. We reaffirm that this still exists. On days like this, Your Excellency, it is also time to honor and recognize the service, the commitment, the sacrifice, and patriotism of the gallant sons and daughters of UPDF, live or foreign, in order to give them more courage to secure their country, because security is the bedrock of all development aspects. Your Excellency, we chose Mbarara region for this year's TAREHE SITA celebration because of the need to trace and link the current peace, security, and stability, complete the Fronasa circuit from the Elgon to Greater Mbarara, and connecting through Tanzania to Mozambique, where the anti-Amin struggles were coordinated from. This region had also never hosted such a TAREHE SITA outreach version of celebrating from outside the barracks. And that's why the theme was recognizing the sacrifice of the founders of the People's Revolution for socio-economic transformation, which is in line with the beginnings of this revolution, Your Excellency. As you will note, that areas like Kazo and Kiruhura is where the youthful Yoweri Kaguta Museveni hails from, and where he started the struggle to mobilize peasants towards progressive and better standards of living. The efforts and sacrifices of the people to liberate Uganda were also notable in a number of areas in the current Rwampara, Isinjiro, Mbarara. Equally, Makenge Barracks also remains with prominence as a center of the people's struggle because it was overrun several occasions during the failed attack of 1972, in the 1978-79 war by the Fronansa and the TPDF, and in 1985, encirclement by the NRA and its eventual capture. That's why we, the CC, mentioned that we have to raise a monument there in remembrance of its role in the liberation struggles of Uganda. The CPC enumerated a number of areas which I wouldn't like to repeat here, where the Defense Forces is focused. Probably what he didn't mention was we also had posts or checks on the families of the former foreign comrades who participated especially in the Fronasa. And we were able to visit 20 of those homes during this Defense Forces Week. These engagements, Your Excellency, are and have always attested that the UPDF is and will always be a pro-people's army, remain disciplined and productive. Your Excellency, in the recent publications, UPDF has been ranked as the most trusted public institution in Uganda. This could not be possible, however, without the involvement of other institutions with whom we work, because unity can only be manifested by binary. We therefore salute those who have paid the ultimate price for the cause and freedom we now enjoy. We should always respect the contribution of those who have created the environment that we are enjoying now. We build on these sacrifices, therefore, to continue professionalizing the army to make it fit for purpose. With Your Excellency's astute leadership, we have been able to do a lot in terms of capacity building, capability enhancement, infrastructure development, welfare improvement, and medical in order to build a professional, effective, efficient, and motivated force. The UPDF is right now. As late President Kwame Nkrumah said, that people judge us by the heights we have so far achieved, but they would do well if they remembered the depths from which we started. Your Excellency, you have nurtured this force from scrap to now the mighty UPDF. And that's why we have effectively been able to deliver on our constitutional mandate. We have effectively defended and protected the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Uganda. We have continued to cooperate with the civilian authorities in emergency situations and natural disasters. Those who saw us in hospitals during the Ebola, during the COVID, when we were chasing locusts in eastern Uganda there, when we were saving victims of floods and landslides in Bududa and Kasese, can attest to this. We have fostered harmony and understanding between the defense forces and the civilians, and now we are engaged in productive activities for national development through NEC, Engineers Brigade, and the Chieftainess of Production and Welfare. Right now, we have an acreage of about 10,000 acres growing maize, soya bean, and sorghum. We are also intending to partner with the National Forest Authority and the 1 Million Green group to start planting trees so that we can also fight environmental degradation, because these ones we can't shoot with guns. All this is an outcome of the force being guided by a clear vision, Your Excellency, and ideology to secure our country. UPDF will therefore remain steadfast in contributing to Uganda's journey to modernity by providing a peaceful, secure, and stable environment, since without security, there can never be development. Equally, recognizing the sacrifice of the founders allows the transcending of values like the ability to understand and mentor, consolidation of ideological identity, coalescing of transferable skills, learning from mistakes, and overall, the maintenance of the revolutionary objectives. Lastly, Your Excellency, allow me to thank the people of Uganda for the support they have untiringly rendered to the Uganda People's Defense Forces throughout its various stages of development. We will also continue to commit to standing with our motherland through thick and thin. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, I want to also thank you for finding time to grace this occasion. I want to thank the ministers who, despite their busy schedules, left their offices to come and partner with us in the week's activities. You had the CPC mentioning of ministers presiding over the regional launch of the Defense Forces Week, district launches, and yesterday, the handover of the projects that UPDF was engaged in throughout the Defense Forces Week. I want to thank them. I want to thank the members of Parliament, both those who are here and those who are not able to be here, for always appropriating resources to support the UPDF professionalization path. Tusima bongerwa. I want to thank the delegations from the countries I just mentioned here for honoring our invitation. I also want to thank the organizers of the Defense Organizing Committee, the Minister of State for Internal Affairs, the Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs, and the Defense Ministers of State for such a wonderful function. I also want to thank the people of Greater Mbarara and our disciplined troops who remained resilient throughout the Defense Forces Week activities. Your Excellency, allow me also to thank the sister security agencies who participated in the Defense Forces Week. I want to thank the corporate agencies. You've heard what they were able to contribute voluntarily without us soliciting. They decided to partner with us. In the past, we would not even wait for them to volunteer. We would just go to their shops or work, whatever, and grab whatever we wanted to make this one successful. But because UPDF is a pro-people's army, we wait for them to volunteer. I would therefore like to particularly thank the business community of Mbarara City, the farmers who have given us 100 cows. We are now going to also establish a UPDF farm. We have them existing at division level, but we have not had one at the center. Now the chief of production and welfare is already organizing to receive these cows so that we can have them secure somewhere. I want to thank the National Housing Corporation. Your Excellency, you can see the state in which KAKYEKA Stadium is. They have offered to partner with the UPDF to survey, design, provide materials, and construct the perimeter wall around this stadium. I want you to hear it from the horse's mouth so that if things go wrong, he will take the responsibility. The chairman of the board is here to commit himself.
Your Excellency, my name is the Honorable Wanjuzi Wasieva. I thank you so much for having placed me at the National Housing, and we are doing a commendable work. Your Excellency, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, we thank you for having brought us, the civilians, closer to the armed forces, that we have started working hand in hand. And as I speak, we are partnering with the UPDF, especially the Engineering Brigade and the NEC, who are doing the construction. And we also thank you for having empowered us to enter into construction, which we have been doing, but not physically, until recently. You gave us more work by constructing the headquarters of the Electoral Commission at Lubowa. We thank you so much, Your Excellency. We offer to build a approximately -+1 kilometer perimeter wall for KAKYEKA Stadium in commemoration of the 42nd TAREHE SITA celebrations. Your Excellency, we want to add value, because I remember those old days, I'm sure, when you used to play in this stadium, it used to be a little bigger than what it is now. But with the time, sometimes some neighbors could keep encroaching on it. And I feel that once we put a perimeter wall, it will be a permanent solution to this problem. I would have loved to talk the local language so that the community can hear, but I have the CEO who is in charge of management also to confirm my word, but especially in the local language so that the locals can also hear. May God bless you, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency Nabanyeta Engineer Kaijuka Kenneth Nizerwashe Maha kandi ninkurra ekitongore chairman wa board Honorable Wanjusi Wasiebe abagambere cha National Housing. National Housing omukureba ekishaye cyo kukiri kandi nemeremo ejukereza ihanga kandi nemikorero kukorerwaha abantu bandi batureba za TV bareba amabati kandi yagira ngo na boundaries z'ekishayezi zigumire nzifunda abo kuba amajuga gumire ngakirra. So board ya National Housing eshazireho partneringa kwataganisa na UPDF kugira ngo omusente zayo eza National Housing materials zayo no mikono yayo eyombeke ekikomera ekikwetororo ekishaye cyo mu nshondi nazo nezimukureba ekiri kuyingana estimated kilomita emwe n'entambo 10 watera entambe z'abasarakari. Your Excellency niyo commitment y'ekitongore cya National Housing ecyahereza kandi ntutekateka ngu ombare hitwahire the Chief of Defense Forces offer kwera be accepted by you, Your Excellency. Omurumogo ntutekateka ngu omwaka ukwija beginning July by December 2024, Your Excellency, ekikomere kishemekwa chwire. I want to thank you. Abambara nyenda kubebaza twine estate ya Louisview apartment agent project ya Kabiraro Boma Hill eri over 200 amajuga kukamagana abiri numujerebera aha agent project ya kabiri, and we are going to go countrywide, Your Excellency, with your support. I want to thank you. Kandi twine aba staff bitu na babajwekera ekitongore, Your Excellency.
Lastly, Your Excellency, I would like to thank the media for the wide coverage of TAREHE SITA activities during the Defense Forces Week. Finally, Your Excellency, once again, I want to thank you and the distinguished guests for finding time to come and celebrate with us our 42nd birthday. Your Excellency, I also want to thank you for continuously guiding us in order to build this formidable force. I pray that God will take all of you safely back to where you came from as we celebrate 42nd TAREHE SITA anniversary. TAREHE SITA, happy TAREHE SITA celebrations, all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable General Mbadi, the Chief of Defense Forces. Your Excellency, in our midst are the royal veterans as well, led by Haji Idrissa
Dunga, he didn't send a delegation, he came himself as the head. I'm under instruction, Your Excellency, that we do recognize these individuals that gave cows to the UPDF, and they are Justice Karokora family, Mr. and Mrs. Honorable Simwe Nikwasizehi, Robert Rutehe and the family, Engaruka ninche Ambassador and Mrs. Kanofred Mwesije, Honorable and Mrs. Kangwaje, the Rutahigwa family, Karyahwe somebody said to be Karyahwe family. Rukari family, Katanywa family, Apollo Baria family, Dr. Karima's family, Shirinji family, Francis Chepanka family, Mr. and Mrs. Enoch Lutsivika, Mr. and Mrs. James Tumusime, Kanayahare family, Muzema Gembe family, Mr. and Mrs. Jim Mujuni, Siba family, Hangameisho family, Lord Major, Lord Mayor, not Major, Kachebe and the family, Mogoha family, Mukago Rutetebia family, Mr. and Mrs. Kachuma, Captain David Basheja, David Buryo and the family, Fred Tumwine, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker Tayebwa gave us 2 cows plus 30 million shillings. Knight Chirimani, Alex Muhanji, in bracket cash, Mr. and Mrs. Honorable Yonduru, Honorable and Mrs. Kankunda, Mr. and Mrs. Awasanduru Adonia Ayebare, Honorable Yona Musinguzi, 5 cows, Dr. Edward Kanzire, Nicholas Asibwe, Mbarara Archdiocese, 2 cows, Uganda Matters Parish, Agre, Adit and the family, Late Kashesha's family, Dr. Agre Chogu's family, Mr. and Mrs. Charles Vyoma, Honorable and Mrs. Murebesa, Dr. William Katatumba. Sir, those are the names I had to read on the instructions of my minister. Allow me to invite Honorable Rukari as the area member of parliament to recognize his colleagues. Honorable, as you can see, time has gone. Be cognizant of that. And Your Excellency, the Honorable Ministers shall be recognized by the Honorable Minister of Defense.
Thank you, our Master of Ceremonies, General Kuraije. I'm here standing with my sister, the Honorable Rita Bwahika. Allow me adopt the protocol as mentioned by our Master of Ceremonies, but I must address His Excellency the President of Uganda, and Mama, you are most welcome in Greater Mbarara. I've been invited and guided by General that I only do one duty of inviting our friends who will come and stand in front one by one and go back. But before I say that, the CDF General guided us that we must thank for people for the good works. I can only say today in the morning we had prayers here at King of Kings led by Bishop Cyrus, and were taught Psalms 34, 1-4 to thank people who do good to you. Second, I thank my colleague and I and others, UPDF, for choosing Greater Mbarara to host this for the 2nd birthday of UPDF. Third, the theme, sacrifice and socio-economic transformation. The sacrifice, the CDF talked about it and others. The socio-economic transformation started here in Stock Farm, and the President talked about it in his book called From Obwiriza to Amatafari. For those who can get it, you will read it. But last and not least, before I invite my colleagues, thank you, UPDF. Thank you, Mr. President, for giving us a modern stadium, and our youth, the 80% population of our region, will do the exercises even much better. And I'm happy the Minister of Education is here. And when I was engaging Honorable Wanjusi wa Siaba, he even mentioned that with authority from Minister of Education, they could even do better, Honorable Mama. With those few words, I've been guided also to introduce our SEC members who are here. There are not only 6, so 5. The chairman is here. The president, our first vice, the Right Honorable Chigongo is here. The Right Honorable Secretary General Todong is here. Honorable Huda Arero is here. Honorable Lydia Wanyoto is here. Honorable James Tweheyo is here. And last but no, Honorable Jim Huez is here. And Honorable Moses, I beg your pardon, Crispus Chionga is here. I now start introducing the members of Parliament. First, Honorable Rita, our women city member of Parliament, is here standing on my right. You can show your hand. Then, I invite Honorable Wenduru Jovanis from Chiruhura to stand up. Honorable Wilson Kadrenje Nyabushozi. Honorable Nakawanga Christine from Kabong, Honorable Namanya Naboth, Rubabo County, Honorable Mwinempaka, Mbarara City South, Honorable Julius Tusim Karhanga from Rwampara East, Honorable Kankunda Amos, Rwampara County, Honorable Obua Hamon, Ajuri County, Honorable Andrew Ojok Olanya from Omoro County, Honorable Bataringa Bazir Rwankwen, Kashari North, and Chairman NRM Ankole Caucus, Honorable Dr. Ninkusima Paul, Ibanda South, Honorable Byargaba Alex Bakunda, Isinjiro County, Honorable Asimwe More Musime, Rwampara, Honorable Kamkama Benjamin, Rohama East, Honorable Wabrindori Bishanga, Ibanda Municipality, Honorable Rwebyambu Margaret, Woman MP Mbarara District, and Honorable Jennifer Muhesi, Kazo District. Then those who are on the Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs who have been working with UPDF, some are also from Greater Mbarara, so I'm sorry in case I repeat them, but I will jump some. There's Honorable Haji Bashir Bega, Mubende Municipality. There is Honorable Museveni William, MP, Urekura South. There is Honorable Christina Tubo, I've mentioned, from Kabong. Honorable Kauma Sauda, woman MP Ganga District. Woman Okeyo Peter, MP Bukori. Honorable Ochero Norman from Abim. Honorable Kangwaje Stephen, I've already mentioned. Honorable Anito, I did. Honorable Namanya. With those few words, the only way we can thank UPDF and government is to thank them. I will request our people to clap hands as you follow me. Asante sana. Ongeza tena. Ya mwisho patia. Thank you very much for God and my country.
Your Excellency, with your permission, I invite the Honorable Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs to come and invite you to address the nation. This function is live on UBC, on NBS, and NTV, and their platforms. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, allow me to join others to welcome you here today to this 42nd anniversary of our TAREHE SITA. Your Excellency, you are most welcome. Allow me also to welcome the First Lady, Mama Honorable Janet Museveni, and the Minister of Education and Sports. The Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, your leadership, the Chief Justice, the first Vice Chairman of NRM, the third Deputy Prime Minister, colleagues, ministers, members of Parliament, the permanent secretaries who are here, members of the diplomatic corps, the Chief of Defense Forces, the general officers, religious leaders, NRM leaders, RDCs, chairpersons of districts, the UPDF family, and the veterans, and all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me, Your Excellency, to make the greatest shortcut, because I'm not going to read my speech. After all, what has been mentioned by the CDF and the CPC is what we have been doing here since we came to this region. Your Excellency, just allow me to welcome you all and thank you for joining our gallant National Army, UPDF, and the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs in commemorating this year's National TAREHE SITA celebrations here in Mbarara City. Your Excellency, we are here to, just as a repeat, to recognize the sacrifice of the founders of the People's Revolution that has ushered in the socio-economic transformation in this country. Your Excellency, I congratulate you for having today been recognized as our hero. Your Excellency, I congratulate you, sir. Your Excellency, allow me to inform you that amidst us we have notable people who have not been recognized, and allow me to start with the Right Honorable, with the Chief Justice, whom you have already seen, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker Thomas Taibwa, the first Vice Chairman of the NRM, retired Brigadier General Moses Chigongo. Allow me also to introduce the Secretary General of the NRM, Brother Todong. Allow me to introduce the third Deputy Prime Minister, Mama Nakadama. Your Excellency, we have the Vice President Emeritus, His Excellency Edward Kiwanuka Sekandi, have Right Honorable John Patrick Mbabazi is here with us. Your Excellency, we have ministers, but because of time, allow me to request all of them to stand up together for recognition. They will be, please, they'll be seen. Please welcome the ministers, because there are many, all of them are here. Your Excellency, we have the permanent secretaries who have been able to join us today, also here. Your Excellency, allow me to thank you, sir, for leading us very, very well in this country, and also ushering in this peace, which is the key to the development we are talking about, sir. Your Excellency, I'm sorry, But I want to inform you that all the leaders of NRM and the people from Greater Mbarara are here, including their local district and the local leaders. The people of Luampara are here. Luampara. The people of Isingiro are here, sir. The people of Kiruhura, they are here. The people of Kazo, the people of Ibanda are here. Mbarara City, they are here. Mbarara Main, the district, they are also here. Your Excellency, we have some groups from elsewhere, which include also a group from Karungu. We have 100 visitors from Karungu, led by the Deputy RDC. They are also here. If Karungu people are here, please raise your voices so that the President knows that you are around. Your Excellency, once again, I thank you, and I think I'll be pardoned by all those people I have not been able to mention. But allow me, sir, to take this singular honor to invite you to address the country, Your Excellency.
Please. Her Excellency, the Vice President of Uganda, His Lordship the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Right Honorable Alhaji Moses Chigongo, NRM Vice Chairman, Deputy Prime Minister Nakadama, Secretary General of the NRM, Todwong, Honorable Ministers, Members of Parliament, NRM chairpersons and LC3 chairpersons, commanders of the UPDF, starting with the CDF, NCOs and militants, all officers and men of the other security forces, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, all Ugandans, on the occasion of the 42nd anniversary of TAREHE SITA. Mkurikeyo orunakurukuru rwa mahe. To inform the Wazukuru, abazukuru mwe tubakubimanya, Bazukuru is our word for grandchildren. It's a word for grandchildren. Because Uganda is the government is of 3 generations, grandfathers and grandmothers, parents and grandchildren, they are all there. So we normally talk of the Bazukuru. To inform the Bazukuru, the 6th of February, 1981, at 0000 hours, saa 2 za asubuhi is when the 43 of us, but with 27 rifles, attacked the huge garrison of the Kabamba Military Training School with the aim of regaining some of the 9,000 rifles Fronasa had handed to the joint force created after the defeat of Idi Amin. This united force had been given the designation of the UNLA. That was the army which we created after the defeat of Idi Amin. Although the attack itself, by God's superior intervention, did not succeed, when a Tanzanian corporal, following Tumine's pistol fire at the quarter guard, rushed into the underground armory and used an LMG to defend it against us, we collected about 40 rifles from the houses around, captured 8 lorries, were joined by some of our fighters, such as Chakabare Anthony, known as RPG also, successfully drove our fleet of vehicles through Kasambia, Nabingora, Chejegwa, Chenjojo, Kagadi, Isunga, Karuguza, Nkoko, Mtwetwe, Masode, and by 0 to 100 hours, saa 9 za usiku of the Europeans say 7th, but would say 6th of February, drove through Chiboga town and camped at Budimbo in Matovo's farm. With that partial success, the revolutionary forces in Uganda had, after due warnings to the other groups, established an alternative power center in Uganda. I say that the failure to capture the 1,000 rifles stored at Kabamba was God's intervention, because at that time, even if we had captured those guns, the government could have recaptured them from us, because we had not yet gathered the thousands of our soldiers that the UPC had deliberately scattered all over Uganda. Sare was in Karamoja, Ivan in Pakwach, Mugume Joram in Moroto, Mugume Chaga was in Jinja, Pekos in Nakasongora, etc. So were the militants scattered all over Uganda. It was therefore God's intervention that we were able to launch the challenge to the UPC, but not to be burdened with the 1,000 rifles that had no people to immediately carry them. Indeed, on the 9th of February, the government forces surprised our temporary camp at Kagobe, Kagurire's home, and recaptured some equipment, including my briefcase. In my briefcase, there was a document on which our new structure of the resistance army had been written. On the 7th of February, at Budimbo, after looking for food and eating, I assembled the fighters and organized them as follows. Section 1, Sam Magara, Commander. Section 2, Eri Tumuine. Section 3, Hannington Mugabe. Section 4, Jack Mchunguzi. And a few individuals, initially under Kabula, constituted the bodyguard of the chairman of the High Command. That is yours and truly, Yoweri Museveni, the one who is speaking now. Each of the sections had 12 rifles. By the end of the 6th of February, 1981, we therefore had about 60 rifles compared to the 27 rifles we had started with in the morning. We had also picked a very good RPG-7B from Isunga police station near Kakumiro. When the UNLA, the government army that time, showed Mr. Obote and Mr. Paul Mwanga the parade state of our army, the PRA as we were calling it that time, they just laughed with contempt. They had forgotten the biology, which informs us that a healthy zygote, I hope you people you still remember biology. Zygote is a very young embryo, may end up as a giant human being. That small zygote you may see on the scan in the womb of a woman may end up with a giant human being. However, the zygote must be a healthy one. Because if the zygote is not healthy, it will abort or something will happen. But if it is a healthy one, it will grow. And the NRA was such a healthy one. That was the 6th of February, 1981. By the 6th of February, 1986, that is 5 years later, 11 days after the successful storming of Kampala, the 4 sections of the PRA of the 7th of February 1981 had grown as follows. 1st Battalion, Pecos Kutesa and Fred Mugisha. 3rd Battalion, Patrick Lumumba. 5th Battalion, Stephen Kashaka and Ahmed Kashiringi. 7th Battalion, Matai Charugonza and Stanley Mhanji. 9th Battalion, Julius Chanda. 11th Battalion, Chef Ali. 13th Battalion, Ivan Koreta. 15th Battalion, Samson Mande. 17th Battalion, Adam Waswa. 19th Battalion, Peter Kerim. 21st Battalion, Benon Tumkunde. Special Force, Jet Mwebazi. High Command Force, Akanga Vyarhanga. Each of these battalions had 1,500 rifles. Remember, we started with 27 rifles. But after 5 years, each of these battalions had 1,500 rifles, except 19th Battalion, which had 1,900 rifles. The mobile brigade under Salim Saleh was comprised of the 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, 13th, and 15th. The 11th and the 19th had been detached to the western axis under Tinyafuza, and the 21st Battalion under Benon Tumkunde was kept in reserve at Kasese to keep an eye on Mobutu Sese Seko, because we suspected Mobutu Sese Seko. This was now a force of about 20,000 rifles, plus numerous support arms, mortars, recoilless cannons, 14.5 millimeter, and Fred Rigema was the Deputy Army Commander. Why such growth in such a short time? It was on account of the following reasons. Number one, people being desperately fed up with the non-accountability of the old armies, the colonial army, Uganda army, and the other one, UNLA. So UPDF must be very careful. You must never adopt the habits of these old armies: brutality, corruption. If you do that, the people will hate you. And that's what had happened. The people hated those armies. Number two, UPC, that was the political party which had grabbed power, blocking the democratic process of genuine and constructive debate that we warned them about many times, but they never paid heed to our warnings. Number three, the collapse of the economy. Those who are old enough, remember there were no consumer goods, no wealth production. There was what they were calling magendo, smuggling, chibanda, foreign currency black market, and kusamra. Kusamra was speculation. But also, number four, the correct ideology of the NRM, comprised of the 4 principles of patriotism, love Uganda, don't concentrate on tribes and religious sectarianism. Uganda is more useful to us than the tribal groups or the religious sectarianism. Love Africa, Pan-Africanism, because we need Africa for prosperity, for a wider market, socio-economic transformation. We must have a new society. We must have modern Ugandans. We cannot have peasants producing other peasants. Omunyakyaro nasiga omunyakyaro ndijo obwensi tekubasa kutunguka. And democracy. These were the 4 principles that we relied on. But also a correct strategy for military struggle and tactics of the NRA, PRA. The correct principles of the NRM united our people as never before. The Ugandans were united because we were telling them about loving Uganda. We were not telling them about tribalism. We were not telling them about religious sectarianism, which was the problem in the past. So they united. They have been united all this time. That's why the NRM always wins the elections on the first round. Our constitution says that if you don't get more than 50%, you must go for a rerun. But we have never gone for a rerun. We always win on the first round. Why? Because the majority of the people are united around the principles of the NRM. On the military side, the strategy of the protracted People's War with the tactical battles of quick decision enabled the NRA to metamorphose from a small force of a few sections to a powerful force of brigades. But I must tell you that of these 20,000 rifles which we had by 1986, we had got 800 rifles from Muammar Gaddafi of Libya. You know Muammar Gaddafi who was killed by the Europeans and the Americans. He had given us 800 rifles plus 1 million rounds of ammunition. And Mwalimu Nyerere, Marehemu, had given us 5,000 rifles with 1 million rounds of ammunition. So I want to thank the people of Tanzania and the people of Libya for the support they have given us all these years. It's not the first time. This was also one more round. So when I say 20,000, 5,000 from Mwalimu, 800 from Gaddafi, the rest captured from our quartermaster, the government army. We were capturing from the government. Mr. Obote would buy guns from North Korea and we take them from him. So it was a very easy arrangement. When we won power, again the NRM put out a correct strategy which has achieved the following: minimum economic recovery, expansion of the small enclave economy of the 3 Cs and 3 Ts after it had recovered by 2005. I don't have time to go into these details, but the small money economy, which the British left here in 1962, what we call enclave economy, island economy of modernity, surrounded by a sea of traditional economic activities which were not money activities, was characterized as the economy of the 3 Cs and the 3 Ts. 3 Cs were cotton, coffee, and copper. And 3 Ts were tobacco, tourism, and tea. Now, during Amin's time, all the 2 Cs collapsed, copper collapsed, cotton collapsed. It was only coffee which was still limping on. And then the 3 Ts, tourism collapsed, tea collapsed, it was only tobacco. So by 1986, the small money economy had almost disappeared. So therefore, when we came in, that's what I'm telling you, that aim number 1 was minimum, bring back that small modern economy, money economy, bring it back. And we call that minimum economic recovery. But number 2, expand it. Expand. Like, for instance, if you take tea, the best example was tea. In 1971, tea production was 23 million kilograms of tea exported. By 1986, this had collapsed to 3 million kilograms. But today, the export of tea is 60 million kilograms. So we have gone back to the 1971 level and overtaken it almost 2 times. So that's what I'm talking about here. Minimum recovery, but secondly, expansion. expanding it. Even the livestock, 1967, Uganda had about 7 million heads of cattle. By 1986, this had shrunk to 3 million. But as I speak today, Uganda has got 14 million cows. So it is the same. Minimum recovery, number one. Number two, expansion. But number three, also diversify. Because like your MP Rukari, he touched on it. During the time of the British, milk, maziwa, was not regarded as a cash product. Milk was regarded as just a food to be eaten at home. No money to be earned from milk. But as you know now, milk is a big earner of money for you people. Bananas, the same. Bananas were just for eating according to the British. Fruits. So, our achievements have been, number one, restore what the British had left. Number two, expand it. But number three, diversify. But number four, build a new economy. Economy not just based on raw materials of agriculture and minerals, but also based on science and knowledge. This is, for example, the automobile industry. As you know, we are now making our own vehicles, electric vehicles, and non-electric. They are all being made here. The buses, the pickups, the minibuses, the cars. The car is called Chira. Chira, that is the name of the Nile. That's what we call the Nile in our language, we call it Chira. So the vehicles our people have made is called Chira electric vehicle. So therefore, we are not only just bringing back the old small economy of the British, expanding it, diversifying it, but we are building a new economy based on the intellect of people, on the human knowledge and skills. So this is how we have come now. I had Major General Igumba giving some figures. Those figures are far out of date. The economy is much bigger than what he was talking about. But from now on, this is what I want you to do. So I congratulate everybody who has contributed to the struggle, but also to the reconstruction. All of you, congratulations. But the tasks ahead, in my view, some of them are the following. Number one, fully monetizing the economy by involving all families into commercial activities, agriculture, industry, services, and ICT. With the Chivaro, Chura, no more bakorera chida kyonka, abarukorenda yonka, abantu abantu batuchumbagiza, mukibeneyo wanya bakorenda yonka, mbeneyo, abarukorenda yonka batakorera sente, tubakiriyo ninga bariyo, mbona obona, our friends from other parts of Africa may not understand this. Africa is Uganda is so rich, as you can see. Even a fool can survive here. You don't have to be very clever to survive. You just stay there, you eat from your brother's house, and many of the people just want to live like that. But we are convincing them, no, you can have a better life. So that's why until about 2013, by 1969, the families in the money economy were only 4%. 96% were outside the money economy, just producing for eating, what they call subsistence farming. We talk, but by 2013, only 32% of the homesteads were in the money economy. 68% were outside, still working for the stomach. But I hear now the figure has come down. 61% are now in the money economy. 39% are the ones still working only for the stomach. So, aim number one must be to make everybody go into money economy. And the sectors for money economy are commercial agriculture, with the Chivaro, with the calculation. Don't just bump into things which you have not analyzed. Or in industry, or services, or ICT. Number two, value addition to all our agricultural products that are not consumed fresh, as well as to the raw materials. This broad-based value addition to all our raw materials will catapult our economy from the size of about $50 billion now. The economy now is about $50 billion to an economy of maybe $500 billion. That is $500 billion. I don't want you to hear talking of the economy of Uganda, 60 billion, 50 billion. Even if you use the other, the PPP method, 130. We need to go to the size of $500 billion and eventually $1 trillion within a few years. Because this economy you are talking about now is the economy mainly based on raw materials. Coffee. We are big producers of coffee now. I think we are number one in the whole of Africa, producing 8 million bags. We are earning about almost $900 million from coffee. But this is coffee as a raw material, where we get $2 per kilo, because we sell coffee as a bean. When the foreigners roast it, and grind it and pack it, they get $50 from what we got $2. From our coffee of $2, they get $50. So you can see, if you support my big effort of value addition, this economy will no longer be talking of these few dozen $billion. You will now go to an economy like the ones of Thailand, Turkey, Vietnam, and so on. $500 billion. This is what I have demanded an explanation from the PS Finance. Why can't we jump and go to a $500 billion economy instead of just going with billions with what growth rate of 6%, 7%? That's not a qualitative jump. So this is the challenge now, the second challenge I'm putting to you now. Number 3, irrigation for our agriculture to stabilize the food supply and the raw material sources. Because we have got a lot of rain, but sometimes it delays. And sometimes, and we always have 4 months of no rain, like now. This is a Kanda, the small drought, January and February. But we can irrigate so that we produce both in the rainy season and also in the dry season, and also stabilize, make sure there is no erratic. Continue to modernize and expand the economic infrastructure, the roads, the railway, electricity, piped water, etc. Number 5, continue to expand and modernize the social services infrastructure, schools, health centers, stadiums. Like here, we have not built stadiums ever since we came into government, because we were busy with so many other basics. The only stadium we built was the one of Nambori. It's not that we don't know, but we had so many things to deal with. We had lost so much time. But with time, we shall definitely come back to the stadiums. And I welcome Wanjisu Wasieba for his contribution. That's very good. Number 6, resolutely and uncompromisingly to implement free education in government schools, primary, secondary, and tertiary, so that the children of the poor do not continue dropping out of school on account of the parasitic actors in education who see the children of the poor as a source of money. These are shameless operators. I have heard that some head teachers have introduced charges on the children that they want money to pay arts teachers. Now, when I get information on this one, you will see what I will do. Those headmasters will not like what I will do. Because the children of the poor, if they can't afford, why should you throw them out of school just because some teachers want money, they are impatient, they can't wait for the government to pay them at the right time, to pay them better. So that issue of free education for the children of the poor in the government schools, we are talking about it. You will hear our statement very soon. Number 7, resolutely fight corruption so that the parasites are weeded out of the public service of Uganda. There is corruption. I've been hearing corruption. These young people are bringing in reports about the district service commissions selling local government jobs. Have you heard that? Mahurire ngaba district service commission batunde mirimo. Mwachurire. Kashumbetirize. Kumako bajwekire busha. Number 8, uncompromisingly defend the environment that was given to us by God and bequeathed to us by our ancestors against parasites who are enemies of our water sources, the wetlands, the forests, the mountain tops, the rock outcrops, the valley, the lake shores, the river banks, etc. I'll be making a detailed statement on this soon. You have heard that we are going to have massive irrigation. But to have massive irrigation, you must have water. So anybody who is settling or interfering with the water body is an enemy of our future. Abarkuzo mukishara, abarkuza hamyegego y'enyanja, abakuza hankungu y'emigera, abarkuzo mu bibira bya gavumenti, ababona n'abazungu b'ihanga habokuba nibenda kwomya amaizi gaitu kandi amaizi nigo magara utarukumanya ekyo noha. Who doesn't know that water is life? And why would anybody really not respect the water points? Because they are known. All these areas where we were born, you know, this is Ekshara, this is Orfunjo, this is Omugera, this is Ekyambu. How can you come and you turn into a garden when you know that this is not a garden, a place for garden, but a place for water? And 9, working with our African brothers and sisters, deepen the regional integration of East Africa and the African continent. And I'm very happy to see the delegations from Africa who came here today. Thank you so much for coming. With these aims, given what we have already achieved, our strategic goals of prosperity for all, strategic security for Africa, and African fraternity will be achieved. I salute all the people that have made any contribution to these heroic efforts, including the people of Ankole Kigezi area, who went through the invasion of 1972, the 1979 war, when I was involved in capturing Mbarara town on the 28th of February 1979, and the protracted battle for Mbarara of 1985, when we besieged Mbarara barracks for 3 months. I want to thank the people who decided to recognize me that I am a big hero and so on. Thank you so much. But more important, I was very happy that they dug out my people. They are people from Kaberamaido, Ruak, Me Kaberamaido, Larweny, Me Kaberamaido, Binokan, come on this stadium, on this, show them this podium here. Larweny, Me Kaberamaido, we are speaking our language. These people cannot understand what we are saying. come here. Of course, Ivan also belongs to this group. And Omure, come. Now, these are either children or families or wives of the group of 28, which I trained with the help of Mwalimu Nyerere and Samora Machel. I trained that group in Montepuez, Mozambique, between 1976 and 1978. They included General Sare. Sare was also part of this group. And General Coretta, then Omure, Bosco, all of those they are relatives of those people. They were not a good group, those boys. They were drunkards. They were womanizers. But we locked them up. I locked them up and panobit them into shape. They are the ones who helped me to open the Fronasa on the border with the Tanzanian army. I arrived on the front line in Karagwe, Tanzania here, on the 23rd of December, 1978. And I came with those boys. They had been drinking and all that, but we would lock them up, beat them up. And they are the ones who helped us to build a very powerful force, for NASA, because we trained in Tanzania, then crossed the border, trained here. So I'm very glad somebody has recognized them. Thank you so much. Thank you. You can go back. General Mbadi, his advisor in Runyankore is a little bit mixed up because he said something, Okuzumura or something, but the proverb says, Otejuka Tazumura. That is the proverb. It is to do with the paying bride price, and when you separate, then you pay back Okuzumura. But anyway, it's the same. He got the same point, only that it was the wording. So Otejuka Tazumura. So if you don't recognize these people, I'm very happy that this committee, it is chaired by Dr. Wabdeya or who? Who is chairing that committee? Who is chairing it? Igumba. Who is chairing that committee? The chancellor, whatever they call it. Huh? Yes. Yes, I thank them very much. Because this group of 28 Some were recruited by Otafire. You know Otafire? Some of the boys were recruited from Bar High School here by Otafire. And these were Fred Rijema, Chef Ali. There was another boy called Ibn who died. I think Ivan was recruited by Mbabazi or who? Have you heard of Mbabazi, you people? I think Ivan was recruited by Mbabazi or Zedekia Karokora. Then I recruited some directly from Kenya and from Tanzania, like Tarehe. Mwangisi was part of that group. The family, Peter Ngasha. There was another boy called Sabena. I don't know what happened to Sabena. What happened to Sabena? I don't know what happened to Sabena. Oh, those boys. So I had recruited some directly. But then there was a boy called Echo, Dennis Echo, who was working with the Mbabazis and Otafire. Dennis Echo is the one who recruited those Kaberamaido people, those boys. But unfortunately, he took them to UPC later. So by the time we went to the bush, many of them had been diverted from us to UPC. And that's how they killed Dennis Shaw was killed by those people. I don't know who killed him. He's a lawyer. He was a lawyer. But it's good that you have dug them up and recognized them, because they contributed whatever the confusion of the politics of Uganda, which diverted them. So, Abambara, ebina bagambira byona biryaha omurujungu okureba ngo buri muntu abantu abanyabuzare banyibona mabahaburo kukorera enshaho nenda azana bakozese ekibaro kandi ikindi okugambira abantu bakarwa mu bisharira bakaturekera amaizi tukagakozesa okushikerera ebihingwa byona nabigamba tingwenda kubigarukamu. I congratulate everybody and I wish you good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. Your Excellency, with your permission, I can, the Honourable Minister skipped his colleagues, Honourable Jacob Oboth and Honourable Oleruhuda, the Ministers of State in the Ministry of Defense. They are in our midst, and the acting permanent secretary, Mrs. Edith Buturo. In our midst, we have the chairperson of the Defense Internal Affairs Committee, Honorable Nyachikongoro. We recognize your presence. Sir, I now hand over to the parade commander. Your Excellency, sir, allow me to thank my assistants, and with your permission, they will mention their names and what they do. I start with my deputy. Please come and introduce yourself.
Colonel Dewa Kiki, the Deputy Defense Spokesperson, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, I'm called Frank Baine, Commissioner of Prisons and Prison Spokesperson.
Your Excellency, I'm called Bashir Hangi, Spokesperson, Uganda Wildlife Authority.
Because we work together, we did request these colleagues to help to participate in this year's celebration. Sir, there is a luncheon organized and offered by the Chief of Defense Forces for all the wananchi and our guests at Boma ground. Thank you. We'd like to thank you all our guests. We are very grateful. We'd like to salute the Defense Organizing Committee, chaired by the Undersecretary of Finance and Administration, Madam Edith Wuturo, deputized by the Joint Chief of Staff, Major General Leopold Chanda, and all the members for a job well done. We thank the people of Greater Mbarara and Mbarara City for the hospitality you accorded the Defense Forces Week. It was wonderful. Thank you, Parade Commander, Colonel Robert Ochama. I request to give him a hand clap for a job well done. Your Excellency, the head teacher of Mbarara High School gave us hospitality for the training of the youth leaders. I need to thank him before you for a job he did for us. And I salute the youth leaders for the discipline they exhibited during the training.